Okay. Let's get into it. I had a wisdom tooth taken out 2 days ago. Still a little bit loopy from it, but I'm currently not on any painkillers, for better or for worse. Probably for worse. We'll find out. So you may see me pop some pills in a minute. But things and stuff have happened. Things and stuff have happened. And those things and stuff mean I never need to go back into Eureka after right fucking now. Unless I decide that I want any of the elemental armors. But if I do, that's its own problem. The only armor that I might care about is fending or maiming. I might get one of them. Nice. But yes, I have the crystals. So we're going to start today by finishing Eureka, and then I'll probably go and do the Valentine's event, and I also can do another Ozia relic up. We'll finish the Sorrow of Werlet questline, and then potentially we could start Eden. That's something that we could potentially do. Either that, or we could start Bosnia. Perhaps even both. So let's go in with the bow. Yesterday we streamed for like 12 hours and beat Metaphor Refantasio. So I'm also a little bit sleep deprived. A little bit. So again, if I seem a little loopy or a little out of it, probably why. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. That's what the caffeine's for. It kicks in. I don't hate it. I don't love it. What's with? Why is it that it's got like a piece at the front that looks completely disconnected? Again, as with most of the Eureka relics, the glow effect doesn't help it, it ruins it. Because that glow is just so over the top. And it affects too much of the weapon. Oh look, there's an ovni. Okay. Gun. Me. Thank you, Patinga. That's not what I meant. No. Okay, actually, that's not a bad gun model. I don't hate that. How much do we want to bet that the glow ruins it? Yeah, it kind of ruins it. It casts too much light as like a mask layer on the weapon, so you just can't fucking see the weapon underneath it in most cases. What I do need to do is that real quick. There we go. And now we just have Black Mage left. What's it gonna look like? Is it gonna be shit? I don't hate that. It's muted compared to the Anima and Zodiark ones. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's gonna get completely and utterly fucked by the glow though, isn't it? Yeah, like why? This is what I mean by it's absolutely ruined by the light effect. Like, why is the bottom of the weapon glowing and pulsing with the light that's coming from its tip? If it didn't do that and it was a glow effect that cast a bit of light just around where it comes from, I wouldn't mind it so much, but it's probably the limitations of the lighting engine. But they're just so disappointing. I think the only one I actually like is Brunello for the red mage, and that's it. But anyway, there we go. That is every single Eureka relic. Every single one. Sweet. Now. Ooh. One thing I do still have to do as well is get I mean, to be fair, why am I keeping them? Give me it. Give me it. Hawk. Ooh. Job done indeed. I don't know if I actually care about any of the other replicas now that I think about it. Like, that I don't hate so much, because you can see that the glow... It isn't, like, stupid. It doesn't look as bad as, like, that does. I mean, to be fair, that actually does look better. Do they just look like shit? In the cutscene. They might just look like shit in the cutscene. I kind of like the quiver. Although, what the fuck is going on with that? Is that supposed to be fletching? Okay, okay. I hate them less than I thought. No, I still hate those. Yeah, I really don't hate that. I just don't know if it's necessarily any better than the flaming sword I already have. That would have to depend on my glam. Yeah, I just don't like monk weapons. Yeah, because like the glow... What the fuck's going on with my fingers? The glow... It is still having an effect, but it is much, much more subtle than it was. I mean, I like that that's purple. Yeah, I think I don't hate the Paladin stuff, but it's just not as good as the anima ones. It just isn't. And I actually do hate stuff less outside of Eureka. Like, okay, that one is actually pretty cool when it's properly lit. The books are probably going to look like shit compared to what they could be. I do actually quite like that. Because when you dye that, it looks pretty good. The crystal takes on the dyes quite well. Yeah, the books are all dog shit. No, okay, so the black mage... the black mage weapon seems to be the most heavily affected by the lighting. I don't like that. I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's poopy butts. It's poopy butts. I can't sell those, that's fine. But what we are doing is... Whoop! All of that work. All of that work. Bye-bye. I could also get rid of the vermilion cloaks and stuff like that, but I'm not worried about doing that just yet, because, like I say, I might go back in and do some other bits. Why is my minimap still hidden? This HUD layout should have the minimap gone. It's 4. That was my Eureka one that should have it hidden. There we go. But yeah, that's the first thing that we were going to get done. I am tempted to do a quick dungeon for the sake of getting Machinist up to 98. Or we could do an alliance with that. Fuck it. Please don't give me Orbon Monastery. Like, for once, please give me Crystal Tower. Please don't give me Nier, and please don't give me Orbon Monastery. I've done Orbon Monastery so many times recently. It's the only thing that comes up. But the other thing that we're going to do is the Valentine's event, which I don't actually know where that starts. Is it? It's probably Limsa. I think it usually is in Limsa. No, Gridania. Okay. So I should have streamed Final Fantasy on Valentine's Day, but that was the day that I had my wisdom tooth out, and I was not in a great way. Hey, Astrid. I remember these little fuckers from last year. Seven-minute wait on Alliance raid queue time? Okay then, well before we do this, because I don't want to start it and then get interrupted. Let's move the Bosnian relics along one stage. So I can now mark everything is complete on my Stormblood page and hide that on my tracker. Yeah. So we were doing Warrior. What's it gonna look like? You see, now I much prefer that glow effect over the Eureka completed one. Okay, there we go, and then Dark Knight was the one that we were collecting, yeah, these candies for. What's this gonna look like? I do love how both my warrior and Dark Knight are like demon devil glams, but both very different. Oh, okay. With the pulsing, that's actually quite nice. What's that going to look like with the glow effect? So it's not going to be better than the anima relic. It's probably not. But with certain glams, that could be better. Oh, I don't have Crown's Blade. Of course. Do I even have room in my armory chest for everything anymore? I honestly don't know. That is 22 slots. And I have 26 weapons here. Okay. Part of that's because I've got Brunello Physio here. And part of that's because I've still got the Sky Steel stuff, which I have honestly not done fucking anything with. So by getting rid of those, we would now have enough. Okay. Wait, not quite. Will still be 2 slots too low. That's quicker. One slot too low. Okay. Well, that's fixable in the short term. Very easily fixable in the short term. There we go. We're still waiting on the Alliance raid. Okay. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what the Dark Knight weapon looks like in its next stage for Bosnia. I think that'll be really nice, actually. Well, I suppose in the meantime, let's Gamba. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. No lines. It's fine, I needed the experience anyway. Come on. No Near. No Orbon Monastery. Honestly, I'd prefer... Okay. Okay. We got Near. Of course we got Near. Alright. Well, this will give a very good amount of experience. To be fair, this actually does remind me, I still have the weekly quest for the dwarves to do. Right? How does one machinist again? The answer's probably badly, in my case. Also just reminded myself how long it's been since I've played dancing. Because when I had to run through this map without the enemies, I would default to doing it on dancing. this fight seems like it's taking a while. This is part of why I didn't want Nier. Car alarm going on. Ooh, the hood of aiming. Give me it. I am not the only aiming, so I might not get that. But it's one of the few things that actually works on Viera to give them a hood. It's about the only bit of gear that I still actually needed from this Alliance raid. Yeah, I'm on. One time I was doing a unsynced version of this where I was the only person in my alliance. And I died on the next boss and got revived by someone on a different platform. And the funny thing was, it revived me on their platform, which normally wouldn't be much of an issue. It's a bit weird, but it normally wouldn't be much of an issue. Except for the fact that it meant I couldn't collect the coffer. So I had to return to the start of the dungeon and run back through just so that I could grab the coffer. because I had to get back onto my platform. Hey, GLaDOS. Well, yeah, if this Alliance roulette doesn't level me to 98, Wondrous Tales definitely will. If your entire party is standing in a different spot, there's usually a reason for it. Did I get it? I got it. Yeah, I got it. Sweet. I can use that for emo glam. I don't know what glam specifically yet. We'll work that out later. No, I'm going for me. That was what killed me when I was the only person on my platform. Because every single one of them targeted me. So there was no one else to target. God damn it, die, man! There we go. think these ones are the ones I've got, right? Yeah, the weird shorts with tights. Or weird leggings is probably a better way to describe them. Ooh. Okay, so it's just, after this, it's just angles and then 9S, right? Doesn't do anything, so technically still in the fight. Okay, angles. Sweet, I've not had to do anything. Gosh, man. Oh, I forget that's... yeah. Forget which way round. This isn't going so well. You're not supposed to have these stacked. Is that a wipe? Never actually seen what happens now. Yeah, it's a wipe. Okay. Wait, that counts as a fuck. But that does mean that we're 1 off 69 deaths. Assuming I've counted every one, which I probably haven't because of the different rules. Now comes the thing where we've wiped once, so everyone turns their brains on. I mean, mine was never on, arguably, so I'm fine. I thought I was just over the line. That's much better. It is time. Really? The tank LB? Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Oh, I forgot how peanutty those are. I mean, they are peanut M&Ms. It makes fucking sense. But peanut M&Ms used to be the extreme snack of choice. And then I had to stop eating them because of my teeth. I'm learning how to read that pattern. Just die. Okay, that's the one at the front. Oh, Picto. Picto LB3. I mean, I'll take it. I might not use it, but I'll take it. Okay. Okay. Game crashed. The original okay was to the fact that they weren't waiting for the cutscenes. We'll get back in before the boss is dead. Because the near bosses take a fucking minute. Oh, I've just realised that there's actually 3 aiming classes in our alliance. I didn't notice the bar. What? Fuck you. Guys. Why is no one fighting this tank? Sometimes I forget to pay attention to which alliance I'm in. Die! Damn it. Ding. That's a very good glam. That's the healing trousers, which are literally just the 2B trousers. Meh. But there we go. I now have Machinist up to 98, which was what that was for. That's a point I hadn't thought of. My armory chest is too full. There we go. And now, I don't need to play Machinist anymore. And that is all of the physical ranged DPS to 98. So I basically don't have to play physical ranged again. For a good long while. Although now I need to work out what it is I'm going to level next. Yeah. Yeah. I should probably do Picto, but that means actually playing Picto, which I've not done yet. I've legitimately not played a second of Picto. Anyway. Let's feel the love. Greetings, good madam. I am Astrid de Valentillon, emissary of ardour and affection. My fellows and I have come to help folk convey the depths of their hearts to that special someone this Valentillon's Day. Ah, if it isn't after, 'tis ever so lovely to see you again, and precisely when I have need of a capable adventurer. Permit me to explain the situation. For this year's event, we are providing people with bouquets of roses to help them make their feelings known. But as it happens, the botanist who's kindly providing us the flowers, a man named Lavoric, appears to be having difficulties of his own in love. As emissaries, we should like nothing more than to assist him, but we're given to understand the situation is complicated. That being the case, might I trouble you to act in my stead? We are in your debt. Without further ado, please seek out Lorovic and lend an ear to his woes. He's like to be at the Great Lone Growery. Oh, Silgany, my love, where have you gotten to? Ah, forgive me, I hadn't noticed you. Is there something you require? Miss Astrid sent you to assist me, you say? That's very kind of you both. You see, there is someone I desperately wish to find. Allow me to begin from the beginning. A few years ago, an Ishgardian botanist arrived here in Gridania. Silgany was her name, and in part due to our shared fondness of roses, we struck up a friendship that blossomed into love. The months that followed were the most wonderful of my life, filled with unforgettable days. But then one day, she disappeared without a word, leaving behind only the seeds of a rare variety of rose. The flowers being given out this Valentillon's Day are grown from those very seeds. It was my hope upon hope that the word of them would reach her, and then she might be compelled to return to me. And as if in answer to my prayers, who should I spot in the crowd just now but her? She wore the rose earring I gifted her, so there's no mistaking it. Alas, as I made my frantic way towards her, she vanished amidst the throng. Please, help me look for her. I beg of you. You can count on me. I am in your debt. Now, Silgany's an Ellison maiden with silver hair. You'll want to keep an eye out for someone of that description, who has the earring I mentioned. If you could search near Miketo's amphitheatre, I'll do the same in the ebony stores. Afterwards, let us meet before Fen Yi Fineries. May the spinner lead us to Silgany. Are you sure she's not a sylph? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Are you sure she's not a sylph? What actually do I want to level? I could do Reaper. I actually enjoy Reaper. But that's the issue. I actually enjoy Reaper. Hello? May I help you? That he should go to such lengths to find me. I love him still, I truly do, but I'm too ashamed to meet him. Why? I just wish to see the roses that lovers are giving one another. Please tell Lorovic that he should look for me no more, that he should forget me. Right, I got them the wrong way round. Whoops. It's been a bit since I last played Reaper. Well, basically not since I got it up to level 80. I'm afraid to say I had no luck. Dare I hope you were able to learn something? Forget her. She cannot ask me to do such a thing. Well, that's an Ishgardian, if I ever saw one. Pray excuse my interruption. I am Sir Tioan, a knight of House Hallionart. Do I have the pleasure of addressing the botanist Lorovic? The roses being distributed during the current festivities. May I ask where you acquired them? Those? Why, I grew them from the seeds given to me by my love, Silgeny. So it is indeed the Drain coin. Dryan coin? The rose permitted to be grown by none save our house. To think that she would bring it to a foreign nation. You know Silgeny? She tended House Hallionart's rose gardens until a few years ago, when she vanished without a trace. Our house takes the rose for its symbol, and the Dryan coin is the foremost of all the species. Silgeny has care of them on account of her skills. But when Kurthus froze over in the calamity's wake, every last plant withered away. It was believed that she fled out of shame. When she entrusted me with the seeds, she made no mention of their importance. Why did she give them to me? This is all such a shock. Indeed, never did I imagine that the rose would end up not only surviving in a foreign land, but thriving. So the reason you seek Silgeny is in order to bring her to account? While she has violated our laws, she has saved the Dryan coin from extinction. As such, I doubt she would face much of a punishment, if any. Nevertheless, my duty is to ascertain the truth of the matter. In that case, will you not allow me to search with you? Though Silgeny bade me not to do so, I cannot bear to do nothing. Mayhap we can have her come to us instead, by devising a rumour that would draw her attention. Let us try it. As much as it chafes me to deceive her, I'll do what I must to see her again. Then the question is, what manner of rumour to employ? Have you any thoughts? Lorovic is to duel an Ishgardian knight? We couldn't actually fight, of course. Can't wield anything save botanist tools. Perfect for a Reaper. On the assumption that Silgeny is aware of your limits, I dare say she would come out of worry for your safety. We needn't go so far as to cross swords. That may well work. As for the location, I believe the Great Loam Growery would be as suitable a place as any. Then it is settled. Let us split up and recruit some citizens to our cause. And lest we cause undue commotion, be sure to clarify 'tis but a ruse. Understood. We meet again at the grove. Pardon me. We meet again at the growery. I should have gone the other way first. Also, do you sell anything I give a shit about? Not really. Okay. Lorevic wishes to be reunited with his love, you say? It would be too tragic if they couldn't be together. You may count on us to spread this rumor far and wide. What? A botanist or duel an Ishgardian knight at the Great Lone Growery? Don't tell me they're fighting over you. Oh, it's just a ruse to find his sweetheart. Well then, consider us part of it. When it comes to endeavours in love, we have to help each other out. Whilst I'm here... Oh. Nice. Potentially. Also potentially shit. I like the cards. And I like the shape and everything of that. With the like claw and then the spinning sort of buzzsaw. I do like that. But it's hard to beat the Anima Relic for Astro. The Anima Relic is just so good. So you want this rumor to reach the woman with the rose earring? Very well, we shall help. The roses brought my love and I together. It would be a fine chance to give back. I should be glad to tell our other customers as well, in the spirit of the occasion. Should it happen to win me Lorovic's favour and lead to a better deal with the guild for the blossoms we use in our popular rose tea, well, who am I to argue? I'm grateful for your help, but I'm beginning to worry that Sildrine won't come. She must, or else I would have suffered through all of your lovesick rambling for naught. What? I was merely expressing the wonders of true love. One day someone doesn't exist in your life, the next you can't imagine life without them. Enough of that, enough! So Tiwan, please, wait! Lorevic stands no chance against you. Do not hurt him, I beg you. This feud relates to you, does it not? Please, help me stop it. Oh, Sildrine, at long last I've found you. Hear me, my love. Sir Tiwan means me no harm, I assure you. I'm sorry for causing you alarm, but I couldn't bear the thought of never seeing you again, so I spread a false rumour, with help from After and Sir Tituan. I've heard all about the Drian coin. Will you not tell me why you entrusted me with the seeds and left? Please believe me when I say it was for the sake of the Drian coin. The rose wasn't made for the extreme cold that had overtaken Curtis. Believing the conditions to be ideal in the Black Shroud, I brought the seeds here, where I met you. Not only did I fail in my duty to my house, I violated its rules as well. I have no right to be happy. That is why I chose to entrust you with the seeds before disappearing. It was an unkind thing I did to you, and I'm truly sorry. When I heard the roses would be handed out during Valentine's Day, I couldn't help but come and see for myself, though I knew that I couldn't stay. Siljani, think that you carried such a burden. But whatever you may have done, you have every right to be happy. It is thanks to you that the Drian coin now adorns the city, bringing happiness to all. You are a brilliant botanist, and the guild would surely welcome you as a member. Will you not do the honor of growing roses beside me, my love? It is true you violated the rules of House Hallionart, yet you did so with noble intent, and your actions saved our most precious rose from extinction. In recognition of this, I will speak in your defense, and I will make a recommendation to our house that we officially entrust the growing of the Drian coin to the Botanists Guild. Loravik. Unworthy though I may be, I would gladly grow roses beside you for all my days. All's well that ends well. Mayhap you'd like to say a few words to the happy couple. Nice roses. After Sir Tituan, Siljani and I are reunited, and it is thanks to the two of you. We shall go and share the happy tidings with Miss Astrid. My task is done, so I shall return to Ishgard, with my own happy tidings that the Drian coin blooms once more. In due course, our house will send a representative to make arrangements regarding the care of the rose. Till next time, my young botanists, I bid you farewell. Will you not come with us to the amphitheatre? I'm certain Miss Astrid will wish to see you too. Well, that wasn't too long. Although I don't think the Valentine's ones usually are. Welcome back, After. Loravik and Siljani have told me all. On behalf of the emissaries, I thank you for helping them to find one another again. Couldn't have sent a better adventurer in my aid. You're in your debt as well, Miss Astrid. I must say, 'tis truly felicitous that the Drian coin could reunite the people who grew them. They are a wonderful token of one's love, and should you have a special someone in your heart, I urge you present them with a bouquet as well. Sweet. Now then. How do we get to Porta Praetora? Yeah. Oh, lovely weather. Ah, after. I was hoping I'd have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting this town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could sure use your help. Bless you. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. So, boss roped you into helping, did he? Knew you couldn't say no. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the Sapphire weapon, aren't you? Thought so. I've heard much about you, and I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. When I was 16, I was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we're now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hoped that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they've not been forgotten, a monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I need to see the official list of conscripts, if one still exists. It would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town, but with the Resistance troops and ironwork engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me. I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. Something I can help you with? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Milisandia. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion of all places. What do you mean of all places? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day she was sent to fight in Eorzea, while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Recon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius van Baelsar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Sass Junus, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible. Her devotion to him was bordering on obsession. She became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised Rogadin had risen to such a rank, it was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they'd be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and when she was gone, it would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laticlavius of the 14th, Nero Tolskava, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed. I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlet, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment, not when the 7th Legion had a ready supply of provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. Pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Let's bring an end to the weapon project. Together. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it'll bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met. To the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. We'll never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that war machina you used to beat the sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Okay, now back to Porta Praetoria. So, how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand. Now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said for the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Wurlit's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honoured to fight alongside the people of Wurlit. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. You've come at the right time. There have been some developments in Wurlit we'd like to share with you. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks. Take it from here. Minago! I was expecting Sid. I'm glad to see you looking so well after. It's been too long, Minago. Yes, it certainly has. Haven't seen you around Rauga's Reach much lately. Anyone could think you're trying to avoid me. No. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Wurlit also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. I forget if I had already read this one out. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Wurlit Revolutionaries, and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Baelsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did. Desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Wurlit in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. Not that we have much to spare at present, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks. To be honest, coming face to face with a black wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yeah? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Another trip to Turncliffe, is it? And an error message. Lovely. Hi, guys. Gaius Baelsar, I presume. Come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to your request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. No. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we'll soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Wurlit chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honour their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment and whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I'd like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Wurlit. The irony's not lost on me. It's a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. There are those such as Valens who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland, and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes. Running out of time, guys. We have to go after him. There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I'm being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room. Dear Father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. The thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake, and for the freedom of Wurlit, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please, do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali. She's heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Wurlit. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Wurlit revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. As capable a warrior as After is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. If we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Severa. So did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Can you hear me? I'm in Wurlit, just outside Castrum Colonum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flame I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we've lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter. A way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Wurlit from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon's been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention. The 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I cannot allow it. It's my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable so far. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Wurlit may yet present itself. We must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Wurlit headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. Beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a single purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the Diamond Weapon. While you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Balsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the Diamond Weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talent. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skill of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic orosite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I'm honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our agreement. I request the people of Wurlit be given full Imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Wurlit citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of a mere Imperial territory on a whim. Come now. We both know the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you've taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward to those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, as someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well. If it's Wurlit you want, it's yours. We'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Ah, yes. Alwick. Or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent! Now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. No, this isn't what Father would have wanted. It's the only way. Please, forgive me. Initiating the synthetic aurotite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon. Codename Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Behold, perfection itself. Melisandre, Recon, and Rex gave their lives. That others may live without fear. The Aurosite's taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. You'll have to go on without me. You and Father still have much work together. I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Go on. Squish him. Squish him! Squish him! Lowborn filth! You think your little performance had me fooled? You're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal. It's not responding. That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she'll beg for death. No! I can't let it end like this! Glysandia, Recon, Rex, guide my hand! Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength! Combat sample ready. Initiating Overmind. Subject name. Overmind. What is that? Ah! This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Oh, okay. And then suddenly, calm. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later. Not quite like this. According to Voldalin, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I'm certain that Ali's on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf. Your penchant for gigantic war machina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you again. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting. So where's the G wall? Oh. Oh. Very impressive. May I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Arthur handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Okay, and we're going straight into the duty. Alright. Duty in the sky with diamond. Oh, hold on. I probably don't want to do that as Reaper. There we go. 11 minutes, apparently. Even as a healer. Okay. Ah, pastel purple. Lovely. Add it to the horde of dyes that at some point I might eventually use. Well, what can I do for 11 minutes? To be honest, not much. We will soon be at a point where I actually do want to level stuff past 98. Once we're in Endwalker, which will be after Monster Hunter Wilds is completed. That's sort of my plan, is once we start doing Endwalker content, we'll finish leveling to 100. I kind of like the music here, though. Very nice. Oh yeah, that's something that I'm gonna need to do once we get into Endwalker. The Hildebrand questline. I haven't even started it. So yeah, that's gonna be quite a lot of stuff. I also still need to do the level 80 job quests that ties up most of the stories for everything pre-Endwalker. We might get started on those. I don't know, it feels like it would be a waste given that it's a weekend full stream. It feels like it would be a waste to do those when we could be doing like the raids and stuff instead. If I can, I really do want to get the raids today. I could go and do some fates in Heaven's Wood Zones to get more of these crystals or memories. I will need them. I will need a lot of them. I still need 280 of each of them. Although I think that they are easier to farm in Bosnia once I've progressed far enough in Bosnia, so I might hold off on that. Ooh. Level 100 gear. Don't mind if I do. Alright then, fates. Oh, is this the one that's just Medusas? Yeah, I can probably do this one in 3 minutes. How can you tell that I've been doing a bunch of these fates already? Could it be the fact that I know where these guys spawn immediately? There we go. One fate down. There's another one. Yeah, just down here. We might get one more before it pops. Hopefully. this? Yeah, this is the mimic one. Also not too bad. One more. There is the fact that I have no other party members. And we're coming up on 11 minutes. It is about to be the daily reset though. Thinking about it, I really should have done my leveling roulette instead of alliance raids in order to level up my machinist. Because then I would have gotten another bitter memory of dying. Okay, I wasn't expecting to get that many fates in. Would I be better off doing a party finder? Possibly, given that we're coming up on 13 minutes. Could also dip over to light because they would probably be more into this. Love how there's 2 glam farms. But when I do that... I mean, that just ain't right. Because it's treating me as a DPS. There we go. Kind of interesting that there's someone going for the Dancing Plague Extreme, but doesn't appear to be doing it unsynced. And it needs 5 people? You could definitely do that unsynced right now. Please. If we don't get any interest in like 5 minutes, we can hop over to light and try again. Oh wait, wrong. There we go. Come on. Die. There we go. Okay. Yeah, if like in 2 more fates no one's joined, we'll dip over to light and see if we can get anyone. It is a Sunday, which generally does seem to be when people don't want to do stuff. Given that it's just been the daily reset, though, I could do it again. And see if we get anything. I'll do that before we head over to light. So these guys' spawn location is over here. Ah! We have someone! Hello! Anybody else? That's, I'm not gonna do that one in time. That one's a slow spawn. He can do it solo, so we can start. Okay, I guess we're doing it unsynced then. Eh, fair enough. In that case. Surprisingly shuddery. Target in sight. Pin it down with a salvo of missiles. Threat detected. Returning fire. Is it both Alphonse and Ali in there? Or is that Xenos that's the familiar male voice? Deploy the bun. It looks so small. It's been a minute since I played some. It looks so tiny in comparison to like use the teleporter to move between decks. Interesting. Deploying claws. Yeah, so far this seems easier than any of the other weapons. Albeit, you know, I am doing this unsynced. Fuck it. May as well. Purging armor. Oh! Ifrit? A mecha Ifrit. That's actually kind of awesome. Uh-oh. I got distracted by how far he got thrown that I wasn't paying attention. And I got killed twice. That's a cool model, though. I like that. Oh, shit. Spider weapon. Arm's length or shore cast negates that one back. This definitely isn't what I expected this fight to be like. So yeah, the fight doesn't really start until second phase. Restoring armor. Okay. So it switches between them. So basically this is the damage phase. And the other one is the try not to die phase. Because those seem so easy to avoid. Okay. I mean, that's also not that difficult. Okay. I imagine the extreme for this is interesting, though. Ultimate weapon style. Okay, then we've got a meteor on each platform. Emerald weapon data. This isn't how I intended to finish the weapons. Unsynced or dead. But we're still getting to see the fight. And if anything, this means I get to see more of the fight. Because I can actually see what the fuck's going on. Instead of trying to work out what I need to be doing. Like what button I should be pressing. Ah, yeah, prey coming up from my corpse. But yeah, it does seriously seem like the hardest section is second phase. Right now, it just doesn't seem like he's doing very much. I know this is just the normal version, but... And is this him then switching to... No, okay. So he literally only goes to the, like, Ifrit style phase. Once. The containment field won't hold. I hope I can actually do that synced at some point. That seems like it would be an interesting-ish fight. I mean, I definitely want to do the extreme. And even unsynced, I think I'll see a lot of the stuff in the extreme. Because I need to get the mounts at some point. But we must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. But it's good to see that a level 100 tank can solo level 80 trials, even though they're balanced for 8 man. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. Heyo. Ali. Her eyes are different. Didn't she have orange eyes? Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Alphonse? Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. You have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Oh. Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I'd expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambition. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Why, he's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. Then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. Turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he puts his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens van Varo could conceive such a marvel. And to think that Ali came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that also explains why Overmind activated by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sitter. Sister, not sitter. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all mankind. And now you will die. Have you forgotten, Gaia? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship's a relic of the past. Just like you. This one's new. Terminus est. Proseamos. But this wasn't in my data. Reactivating synthetic aurosite system. That's it. Crush him. This can't be. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. What? You? Stop this at once. Please, let me go. Albert. No. Alfand? No. Even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest. Nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No. Stop. I beg you. You can't do this to me. I'm Valens van Varo. It can't end this way! Yeet! Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. This is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Milisandia, Recon and Rex watch over me. Father, memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son. Sadness. Error messages. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens Van Varo and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Whirlit revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I've struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. This is cheery. Oh. Recent events in Whirlit have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people. None more so than Ali. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. You even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility the diamond weapon itself is what caused Ali to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Avelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her? Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be part of Turncliffe. Future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices they have made. You were always so kind to me. Now it's my turn to do the same for others. Avelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severo. Did I look at the trailer for Bolt Gun? No, not yet. I hope all is well with Avelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word Gaius will be here soon. I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Ali. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this. But it seems there's more to it than that. The Kyrugians say that this is the most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred. Perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Orosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, she boarded the diamond weapon. She finally learned the horrible truth. Never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There's no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother. My son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. After all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? High on Life is free on PSN this month. Ooh. I have actually already got it on PC. I just haven't played it yet. No, this is not the end of their story. Taught them the strong must lead the weak. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equal. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Recon, Rex, Alphonse and Ali. They risked everything to win the freedom of Wurlit. And now, it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Wurlit has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate. The time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't. And while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change. People change. And it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. What would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Ali, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside, looking in. But I realised, if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up. And neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And, before I leave, I wanted to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations. Evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realise now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he's turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance, to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband, In many ways, I still am. Even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now, I too have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Wurlit, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Go in peace, my friend. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Vaudelin, Sever, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Baelsar, and like Valens van Varo, I was once a legatus of the Igalian Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray, forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourself, stood up to protect the people from tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet they have entrusted the future to me. I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there's only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. It's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Chirurgeons look them over and find a place for them to stay. Seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries. My encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression to overcome any adversary, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I'll have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I'm to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Wurlit is underway. I'll do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of it, and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan Resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetora, soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please, give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. Welcome back. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? Well, I died and watched someone else kill it. Yeah. True story. By Ralga's beard. Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. Can only pray the citizens of Wurlit are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance, and the whole of Eorzea for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Okay, back in Wurlit. Or Turncliffe. Memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. What? Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories. Their memories. Don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Ali. Now's not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. I mean, you just phased your hands through his horns. We will forever be at your side, Ali. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father? Such devastation on my heart. Much sadness. But I'm also glad that they resolved it in that way. Gods be good, this thing weighs a tons. Perhaps I should have used lighter materials. I mean, what's impressive is that you've got it to float. So, what do you think? Is it every bit as terrifying as the foe you faced? Behold the malevolent Malachite Marauder, the vicious Viridian Villain, the Jumentous Jade Giant. Actually, perhaps not that last one. Anyway, it's the Emerald Weapon! I assure you I spared no expense in making it as true to life, so to speak, as possible. The information we received regarding its design revealed several startling details. Perhaps most surprisingly of all were the free-floating manipulators, or hands if you prefer, which allow it to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. We even learned that their positioning was based on tactics used by Gaius himself when he led the Imperial invasion of Whirlit. By surrounding the target, they're able to bombard it from all sides while keeping it pinned down. No shit. Not only that, but the Emerald weapon was able to perfectly replicate Gaius's renowned Terminus Est gunblade technique, though on a much larger scale. Wish I could have been there to see it for myself. Oh, you're so lucky. Luck, yeah, sure. Goodness me, all this talking's made me rather parched. But before I pour myself a nice glass of local Iraq, I think it's time for us to fire up the Real Virtuality Combat Simulator Experience-nator. See what wonders it can conjure. Anything could happen, so don't say I didn't warn you. Big fat tacos, the big fat tacos. An excellent choice. I'll have it ready in a jiffy. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons. One that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give one regardless. Let me begin with its alternative name, AEWIZ. Like the other models, it's an anti-icon war machina, and the I is a numerical indicating it belongs to the first series of prototypes. Z seems to imply that this is the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the diamond weapon. That's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that the other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final, perfected state. It's the nature of this element that troubles me. Even after reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the name of the weapon project. Perhaps you should give a moment of silence for the young lives lost. I was planning to give this sculpture to the people of Werlit as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used to reenact your encounter with the weapon. I hope it will prove useful in preparing for whatever the future holds in store. Is that all of the extremes that I should have now? Or is there one more MSQ one? No, I think that should be it, because I don't think there's another trial after the Seat of Sacrifice. Yeah, okay, so I could potentially get all of the extreme mounts now. Cool. Okay. Well, we now come to the point of the stream where I need to work out what it is that I'm going to be doing next. So, do we do the Eden raids or do we do some Bosnia? Because I've not done any Bosnia yet. And I've also, if we do the Eden raids, that's either going to be a lot of queuing or we need a couple of people to help us. I think we'll do Eden. Or at least we'll try and do Eden. We'll see how far we can get. Because with it being Sunday, I don't know how many people will actually be doing any content. We'll see. But worst case scenario, I'll jump over to light. So, how many quests are there? Okay. There's not that many, I guess. Obviously, there's one for each level of each tier, and then there's a couple in between each tier. Okay. Well, I know I need to head to the Crystarian for this. Let's go! Before we get started, ooh, getting loads of level 100 equipment today, apparently. Eden raids indeed. You'll be there for a long time. Yeah, I imagine. I need to get him done, though. I was originally on the promise of having a helper, but the last time that I pinged them in Discord, I got nothing back. There. Yeah. Anyway, let's get it started. I'm sure I can use Party Finder if I need to. Ah, after. Have you seen Reen? She's been looking for you. Wait here. I'll go and get her. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Now, hold on. I haven't even told you what that is yet. After you defeated Emet-Selch, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Tancred, Urianger, and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. Thank you, Dr. Oka, for this very timely ad break. The three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've already been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself. so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there, just in case. So, will you come with us? Wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you. This means a lot. No. First of all, let's head to the derrick in Armorang. Tancred and Orange should have everything ready by now. So Eden is Final Fantasy VIII, right? Where is the derrick? Oh, okay, it's just south. Yeah, wasn't Eden like the ultimate? I recognize that. Okay. The ultimate summon or something in a... Was that Ark? I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to her. Would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Ark was 9, Eden was 8. And go! Even if the light that Reen sensed turns out to be nothing of consequence, the Empty's hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poses a severe threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light. Speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. Eden's summon animation was long enough to make a 3-course meal during and one of that handful of attacks in 8 that could break the 9,999 damage barrier. Yes! I think I only used it once or twice because of how long the animation for it was. But I think I do remember using it. There'll be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready? Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again too, maybe, if we ask it nice. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrand, the ambient ether of the Empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. Honestly, after the seed mission with the mechanical spider, you don't even need the summons in a junction system made basic attacks the greatest option for everything. Yes. Yes. If you do triple triad in order to get some of the cards, you can be insanely overpowered incredibly early on. But if you don't understand the junction system, you can also fuck yourself. Like, the junction system is both the best and worst thing about... Well, okay, no, it's not the worst thing. It's both the best and one of the worst parts of 8. Because it's very poorly described in the game. The worst part about 8 is the fucking writing. Like... Ugh. 8 is one of the weirdest Final Fantasies to me. You managed to beat the game when you were growing up, even without the basic understanding of English knowledge, English language. I think 8 is the one that I skipped when I was a kid. I just never played it. I did 7, and I did 9. And as much as 7 has a special place in my heart, out of those, like, old school but 3D Final Fantasies, basically 7 through 9, 9 is the one that I would recommend to people that they try most, because I think 9 was just amazing. Story of 8 wasn't too bad until the end of Disc 2. Yes, the story, it doesn't start off bad, but yeah, toward the end of the game, it just kind of goes batshit, and it's just kind of crazy what some of the stuff that happens and some of the stuff that the characters say, and it just I'd be interested in playing a Final Fantasy VIII remake. I would, because I do think that the world and the story would be interesting to have a remake of. But at the same time, dear God, I don't want to go through that writing again, because it was batshit crazy. Yes, the greatest piece of writing, oh hey, we're all from the same orphanage, and you just forgot. Or any time where Irvine is trying to hit on Selphie. Like, it just... Yeah, it was odd. It was odd. Anyway, back to Final Fantasy XIV. It's due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the aetherometers I've packed and Reen's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuation in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us any noticeable degree. Much longer than that, we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how Chocobos and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Mean. Found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Maud Sook at some point. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. Error message. Well then, shall we? With a name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery. This is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes. It is a chilling sight indeed. Approximately 9/10 of this world is this. Slate all but wiped clean. Were it not for the warriors of darkness and Minthelium. Reen, are you sure we're headed in the right direction? Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we've a good few malms ahead of us. Okay, don't mind me, just napping on my bestie Urianger back here. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? Yep, that's Eden. The empty. No, it's waking up. Don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. First Sin Eater. Long have I strived to unravel the mystery surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point, or single being. I have reason to believe the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. She gave everything she had. Won. This abomination could undo her work. Aye, possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? Power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature. What was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we could give it a name first? Eden. Utopia in Fae. Most auspicious title. Now that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents on the off chance. But pitching the damned things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping? It's weird to see the empty with a night sky. It's also pretty. I like it. I like it a lot. Never realized putting up tents could be such a bother. Still, glad that we got there in the end. Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Gul Gul in Mordsuk or Yal Yal in Yulmor. Wonder what's taking Thancred so long. He's dead. They killed him. So the only thing I know about Eden raids is that they are going to involve primals. That is the only thing I know about them. And the only reason I know that is I have seen the mount of Ramu multiple times. There he is. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction. Apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. Thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now, before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that means that all the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible? And how do you expect to control that kind of power? Reen's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the flood of light's advance not by destroying Eden, by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. Aye, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Reen doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden. But such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, after? I imagine this is easier said than done. Yes, you're probably right. I have to try. Very well, Reen. You've made up your mind. So how should we go about this? I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core? That giant Talos had a core too, like a beating heart. It controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance? The theory is certainly sound. By employing Ethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which she may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. You can really do that? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted me with a wealth of knowledge concerning etherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. You talking about Moonbreeder? Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane. I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging about in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you'd best lead the way. It's true that she's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden. I'd rather not rely on her any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when she absorbed too much light. But, as Alise said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down wardens myself, but the simple matter of the fact is I can't. There's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking after. And perhaps I could... You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this? For lack of any better plans, this one will have to do. I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable to those to which thou art accustomed. Okay. Let's see how bad. 14 minutes. Right. Right. Okay. But what if not? What if same but less? All right, let's try this again. Once we log in. 6 minutes. That's better. I mean, that is how numbers work. Smaller number, better in this occasion. So who do I trade stuff with? Google. Ah, okay. So we can have a look at what gear looks like. Oh, they even have brushes. Oh, I suppose because this is the gear from, yeah, this is the same gear as from the recent Ultimate. Ooh. That was quick. That wasn't even 6 minutes. Not unless we're talking about DPS. It'll be fine. What the fuck? Okay, right off the bat. Be careful. Huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? It's a mini Eden. First fight of Eden is Eden. Yeah, that's odd. Interesting. I also have to remember how to play Astro. Hey, Quizzle, how you doing? I'm doing alright, thank you. I'm guessing get behind it. Yeah, pretty much any time that a boss gets into a corner like this, it's get the fuck behind it. Just in time. You get it. Oh, that timing was almost like it was planned. What's happening? Oh. Okay. That, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. I'm learning mechanics as I go. Nothing has ever gone wrong. Ragdoll on Maximus. I'm blind. Oh! Oh! Okay. No, now is not the time for error messages. Hello? Remember that summoning animation from 8? Yeah, they remade it. I can see! I've got to admit, though, compared to the other first raids, this is pretty epic. No, you don't get another error message. Illegal. Fine. This is fine. Kill it. Murder it. Ah, yes, alien chittering. Why do those look oddly reminiscent? Okay, that looks very reminiscent of like a datascape version of the crystals that we saw in Emet-Selch. But the portals from earlier, they looked more like the time portals from the Garland Ironworks version of the Garland Ironworks version of Alexander from the twinning. It seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way's clear, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Once Urianger has activated the device, it's my turn. Time hath come, Reen. Watch over me, Minfilia. I mean, that looks like it would be a somewhat interesting astro weapon. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Viranger. I am unharmed. What of Reed? No. You listen to me. Reen, careful. Uh-oh. Is this what we want to happen? Also, I have a staff that looks like you. We call it the titty staff of Pyros. Interesting that it has, like, flexing to it. I have seen people using that as a mount, so I imagine that similar to Omega being the mount for Alphascape 4 Savage, that Eden for Savage will be Eden as a mount, I imagine. What's next then? So we fought Eden. Is the next fight going to be Eden? It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been where Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Reen? What's going on? Above us. Something's coming this way. An enemy. But how dost thou... Ah, could it be a Sin Eater? Can't see them clearly, but no. That's impossible. What is it? They're inside too. Lots of them, trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And after, can welcome our airborne adversary. Reen, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. Alright everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. This layout with all the different like portals and stuff is kind of reminding me of Crash Bandicoot. Descent. Got two different sigils. we've got one that looks vaguely fallopian. In that could be a womb and fallopian tubes leading to the ovary. Just like if you had it upside down. And then that, I mean, that just looks like a circle. Not sure how I feel about the fact that it's almost blinking. Is it Bismarck? Could you imagine having to do Bismarck Savage? Void Walker, Antithesis Manifest. I'm sorry. What in the Kingdom Hearts? Okay, silly question. Can I walk off the edge? I'm going to assume the answer is yes. Okay. Being close to it might be a good idea. I presume I don't want to walk into those or I will get a vuln stack. We have 2 Vipers and 2 Dancers. Okay, other than the Sage, we have duplicates of every class. That's not great for limit build-up. Spell in waiting. Okay. So it casts a spell and then doesn't activate it straight away. Understandable. I probably wouldn't get away from everyone. If that does work the way I presume it does. Don't get closer. Maybe I don't understand how this operates. Is it just that the damage is delayed? What? What? Are these the ones that I want to stand in? Yes. Oh, here we go again. Don't look at me. I think that's how that effect works, right? It's don't look. At the one that has the marker. Okay, given the fact that it missed me, I'm going to presume I was correct. As I often am. As a white man. I'm doing what I can. I'm trying. Why does it seem like I understand the mechanics better for those than people who've presumably done this before? Like that seems a little bit odd, doesn't it? Someone want an LB? Thank you. Ah, Viper LB. That legitimately looks like it could have been a set of armor from, like, Birth by Sleep. I mean... I don't want the music. I didn't get the music. I don't know if I want any of the gear, but we'll find out later, I guess. So who is this? After, thank goodness you're unharmed. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They're a stubborn bunch, and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? She's alive. There's something strange about her ether. She didn't seem too pleased with Reen taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. 'Tis plain she's not a sin-eater, not even in part as Vorthri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. I have a feeling I have an idea who that is then, given that they're female. Although there was no way to tell through the armor. Which is what armor is supposed to do! Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. And the only reason I think I know who that is because one, their outfit is on Mog Station, and two, I have seen screenshots and stuff to do with Fru, the new ultimate. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power. Never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Voidsent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants. Okay. Does that mean that she's from the Void? And is the equivalent of Minfilia Reen, but from the Void? Because we know that the Void is another world which succumbed to darkness, much like the first was about to succumb to light. And I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emet-Selch. She's an Ascian? Though I think it unlikely she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiark. Maybe we'll be able to find out more when she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee whatsoever path this may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden power works. therefore the true nature of the flood of light. Yes, it affected the balance of all of the ether in the empty, shifting it so far toward the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. Power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. Trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about it the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Ring, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. It would be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Urianger, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. Hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? After, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray, imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Primal? Surely not. Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word. For to even speak the name Primal is to invite misfortune. Though invite it we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis Soir once did on the fields of Carteneau. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. So, defeat it, in other words. Is that even possible? I break my fast on primals. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities. As do I, but it might help to have some idea of what you'll be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrant was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. So, Leviathan. Water. Yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have needs to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Urianger's madcap schemes. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past, hmm? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Okay, that is pretty cool. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water aspected ether. The rest is up to you. Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Eden's Gate inundation. Okay. Five minutes. Honestly, it's not bad. I can't teleport out of here. Spooky. Oh, we've already got the other healer. Okay, so the Eden's Gate bending set is the armor that we saw whoever it was wear. On Eorzeat collection, in case anyone was wondering. Hold on, let me do search. Ooh, I like the Eden's verse set. I really don't like the way that the healing set looks, at least on a male. Can I see what it looks like on female? Thank you. Okay, it looks a little bit better on female, but not great. I might like the pants though, of the Eden's Verse set. The Eden's Promise casting stuff kind of looks like the Neo Guardian set. I kind of like the fending for Eden's Promise though. Hold on, that didn't look like Leviathan. It's got two heads. Okay. Double the fun, apparently. Again, I'm guessing that if I walk off, I will die. So, I'm gonna try not to do that. There's someone I know. I know the red mage. Okay, I can hear the original Leviathan music. This is like a remix of it, which I suppose makes sense. Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh! Leviathan. Oh, the extreme for this is it's gotta be nutty. Oh no. What the dog doing? Sure cast. Oh, I apparently got hurt too, and didn't realise. Didn't realise that's what he was going to do. Well, that's unfortunate for the people on that platform. Anything. Immediately. But we'll make it work. Okay, that one I can understand. Now I know what's happening. Tsunami? Yeah. Okay. That was an interesting... Much more interesting than Leviathan normal. I enjoyed that. I had no idea what the fuck was going on half the time. And that's a good thing. Interesting that it starts with Leviathan. I think I may well get all of them. Realm Reborn Leviathan is just Resident Sleeper. Yes! ARR Leviathan is pretty dull. But as are most of the Realm Reborn stuff. That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Oh, not quite the same then. Why is that? The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon After's experiences of Leviathan, and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? If you finish slaying your primal, or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. It's something you ought to see. Huh? What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. So, what's going to be next? Because that was... We've got, like, the big boss of this tier next. But we've just fought a primal. So is it going to be a different primal? In which case, which one? And are they all going to be a Realm Reborn primals? Probably. Because even the Heavensward ones aren't really linked to an element anymore. They're more linked to a tribe. After, look! It's raining. Oh, okay, that actually looks quite pretty. And we have a crystal spire for it as well. Interesting. So as we go through, are we going to get more crystal spires? By the 12's good graces, it is a marvel to behold. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. But just getting started. I only hope the burden's not too much for you. Look at it, that's pretty. Pretty. I am beginning to hunger. Super seismic. Okay, so next is going to be Titan. I think this proves that the water aspected ether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that. Forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as make a stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal. Not at all like your usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Reen. Perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here, wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately afterwards. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, you won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Hello, folks. There's a whole load of bunnies here suddenly. Now, before we embark on our journey, there's one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrant, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the Earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? The landslides. The landslide. He's worshipped by the kobolds. Tancred mentioned those. They're your world's equivalent of the Mord, yeah? But if our last battle's anything to go by, this one will be different from your Titan. Different from the Titan that After remembers, yeah? Aye, it would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee naught, I fear. The dialogue options are 100% based on the PTSD of ARR players. Yeah. Alright, once you're ready, we'll be on our way. Took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready? Memories of Titan come tumbling back. Oh, I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. Memories of Ifrit burn in your mind. Memories of Ramu flash through your mind. I don't know. It's gonna be shit like that. Alright. Sepulture. Honestly though, these queue times aren't bad, but that is kind of to be expected. Light is generally the more active data center in the EU for doing raids and content and extremes and stuff, whereas Chaos is, I think it's more of the casual content. Like, a lot of people will come to Light just to do their raids. It's the same on NA. There's 4 data centers, but only one is considered for raiding. Yeah. Well, you've got Dynamis, which is basically not even a data center. I mean, it is, but there's not a lot of people on it. I wish we still had Shadow. The one that they were trialing for the EU. And they opened it temporarily for Dawn Trail release. I wish we still had that, because I would move this character over there just so that I could get the road to whatever buff. Although I don't need it anymore. It at the time, it would have been very helpful. Right, after we've done Sepulture and finished Eden's Gate, the first tier of the raid, I will probably take a little bit of a break, mainly so that I can go and put some food in the oven, I think. Because I hunger. I can't, like, I can snack, but I can't snack as heavily as I want to. So I've not eaten since breakfast. I do have some chicken that has been marinating for like 3 days. That I should eat. But I think I'm just gonna chuck some rice in the rice cooker. Chuck the chicken in the oven and probably some broccoli. That sounds good. Because it's either that or I'm ordering, and I don't want to order 2 nights in a row. Especially as if everything goes to plan, I'll be eating out tomorrow and Tuesday. So. Basically, if I don't eat the chicken today, I'm not eating the chicken. Yeah, man. I can see that we've got another healer. I wonder if the other healer is literally going through the raids with me. Now I've got a DPS. We've got 1 tank. Yeah, man. Gotta say, you do like this fight. You'll be farming or attempting to farm a boss you don't have a particular fondness for. Good luck with that. Oh, the chaotic. Yeah, I look forward to getting to try that, because I do kind of want the armor. Oh, I've seen this. Those are wheels. Okay. And we have Tutarabi back. Okay. I see. Alright, so I want it to be on the first platform. Okay, yeah. Hey. But why is he kind of hot? Okay, so that's the new version of the bomb boulders. Understood. Voice of the Land. That's just a raid wire. Okay. Goodbye. Is he on a quad bike? Can I have that quad bike? Is the quad bike a mount? It mustn't be, because if it is one, I can't believe I've not seen anyone using it. Oh yeah, MP conservation base. Nah. Ouchie. Run! I do really enjoy these like remixes. I've heard some of them before, because some of them are in my stream standby playlist already. But yeah. Okay, this is interesting and scary. Anyone gonna LB? Seems like a good time to LB. There's the LB. He seemed also almost more like Herculean in that. I enjoyed that. I'm scared for the savage of that though. I'm scared. I'm interested, but I'm scared. Hey! Whoop whoop. You take my healing, you little Lala. Dark Soulsing, I'm Dark Soulsing. Okay. I am gonna go put some food on real quick. It shouldn't take long. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna pause the recording though. Alrighty. We're back. I have rice in the rice cooker. Always, it's good. It generally, you know, it's a good thing to have in the rice cooker is rice. And I've got the chicken in the oven with some broccoli, which will probably get overcooked, but it is what it is. I need to keep an ear out when the rice cooker pings. Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? Yes, if I'd put 1 foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. Yeah, there's the PTSD. So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. I have actually done Titan, Min, eye level, no echo, with Patinga and some of his friends on my old character like a year ago. So yeah, I do know what the true Titan Extreme experience was like on release. Well, not on release, but similar to release. Did we really do all this? It's no longer just sand. Aye, it would appear the balance has returned to the element of earth. Yet, transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations. And the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of. Rain! It's nothing. It didn't look like nothing to me. Better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do. Nay, Thancred hath the right of it. It would be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Vreen, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth have been restored, continued exposure to the empty, stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyse our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I'm loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure, but to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. Don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. It seems to me Reen isn't the only one who'd benefit from a change of scenery. Our sleeping beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organise a safe place for her to stay. If you and After could go on ahead and have a word with them in Mord-Sook, we'll catch up with you once Urianger is finished, whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. Time will come for Reen and I to part ways, for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Reen is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, After, you'd better take the Sky Slipper with Reen. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Armorang. How are you going to get back, if we're taking the Sky Slipper? The Sky Slipper is going to be the mount for doing Titan Extreme, isn't it? Or Titan Savage. Seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. Hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Well, if you say so. Probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though, so do you want to take first ship piloting, or shall I? Glad I had you there to keep me company. No idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we've found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world's not going to help me decide what we should do with the girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What's happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't do it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will be all my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think I should do? Half an hour here, he talked things through with her. Even Emet-Selch had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. There's not much we can do until she's awake. Even Emet-Selch had his reasons, I'd say is the best one there. See what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way that they did. I hope that she's nothing like Emet-Selch. We won't know until we speak to her. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using, and since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Ghoul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the one we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Rain. What a relief it is to see you returned unarmed from your expedition. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. I'd like you to meet Luri. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I'm here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I'll be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. See. Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Reen and After until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. Oracle of Darkness. Yep, I had a feeling. I pray it's not true. Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Yalfa, and After too. We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true? Why, yes, it most certainly is. Apparently, her name's Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. She's lost her memory. Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is he? Yes, he's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I anticipated. Do hope nothing's amiss. Good grief, are you always this slow? God damn! At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. Night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Those lips are a bit much, but hey! Goth girl. Hey. She looks like she's constantly pouting. Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? And I like her boots. Thancred, you're back. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Oriange. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbours barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore's patchy at best. Oh god, that scrunch. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea. Shall we? I really love those boots. That might be a purchase in my near future. Is Gaia's outfit. So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us? Not falling unconscious? Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further. Not now, Oriange. She's only just woken up. I don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though I would ask you not to let your guard down just yet. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Maybe I just have one of those faces. Or perhaps you just didn't make much of an impression. But to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are becoming slightly clearer. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize these things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tell me. I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the ether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th? What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you will put up with this. I've only just met him and his insufferable prattle's already giving me a headache. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emet-Selch. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she's remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you in Minfilia. And though Reen was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which have come to reside within her. But I was born like this. My parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw him, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yormore. That's right, though imprisoning's a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yormore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when I got in one little fight and my mom got scared. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vorthrid fled. Everything after that's still a blur, though. From what Guy has told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. How was she able to resist Vorthrid's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason, made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. Don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden. Knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what's been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves. Certainly not through idle chit-chat. So I'm going. And that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable, utterly insufferable. Yet we can't well leave her to her own devices. Come on. Hold that thought. My food is ready. Or at the very least, my rice is ready. The chicken might be too ready. I will catch you in another moment. Let's get back to it then. What is that? Blu-ray. Oh, that'll be for the Savage. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep, yep. Right, well, I'm gonna go bye-bye. Because man's gotta eat. Get away from me! Ah! Not good in combat situation, huh? Gaia! Seems I've no choice. Oh. What the fuck? What was that? Oh, it's the time magic. What am I? What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of the fairy you spoke of. Ever since I was a child, it's whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. Worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if it's not as if I've ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of travelling through Armorang. While I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. If your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Reen, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again. So the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and still less of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my own will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vorthri and Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Urianger? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear. We felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say, thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Reen, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're gonna go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yeah? Come along then. Don't fall behind. I simultaneously hate and love her. And I couldn't tell you which is the greater of the two. I mean, I suppose at the moment it's leaning towards hate. Because we don't really know anything about her yet. Might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the 5 of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage? So there it is. Yep. There she is. There she blows. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Bringer of the flood, the first sin eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? It could lead to a crash. What awaited on the path ahead, I couldn't say. I had no choice but to take the first step. Blood and thunder. Okay. I assume that'll be Ramu then. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky, because Thancred freed me from Yulmore and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? Huh? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees things. But for someone like me, who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time. It won't wait. Not for me. Not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? It's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must have known who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin-eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Reen. Not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now. The one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. Thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it isn't until Eden started moving that it appeared out the blue. It wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore, or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? At once, your ladyship. Aye, it may be best to resign ourselves to her mannerisms. Good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility, given certain company in the Scions. Of whomsoever dost thou speak, I wonder? Alright, everyone. I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Oh, hell yeah, the music. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this, and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. Passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break this status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies and activity. Therefore, I propose lightning. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest, and not particularly keen on conflict. You've already fought him, haven't you? He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. He spent most of the time chasing after orbs, with varying degrees of success. I wonder if the sylphs had anything to do with that. I hear they can be quite mischievous, much like the pixies of Ilmeg. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say. If we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try. But the rest is up to after. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion's not without merit. Ryan, why don't you suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location?
These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds. The only source of illumination, the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. Why does that sound like the location from Final Fantasy X? And that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden. You've got a job to do. This should be as good a spot as any. Alright. Whenever you're ready. I'm too busy scranning. Memories of Ramuh flash through your mind. Fucking called it. Well, I already know that Ramuh is the mount for this tier. But yeah. How long is it going to take to queue for this? Because I am still eating. Less than 5 minutes. Hold fire then. Hold fire, I say. Hello, sir. Let's go and have a quick look. At the stuff that gets sold. Whilst I finished stuffing my face with chicken and rice. Let's start with the tank set. Surprise, surprise, the helmet doesn't do shit. It's not dyeable. Ah, okay. But, you know, that's a perfectly good, normal armor set. Striking set? Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of this, like, chest plate, breastplate thing. Yeah. I don't hate the gloves for, like, a pugilist build, but... This is gonna look... Oh, no, not gonna look like the... I don't hate that, actually. I really don't hate that. So I guess here's the thing. Is the Eden's Gate Apocrypha the same set, but dyeable? It would appear so. Yes. Okay, so this is from the Savage. Yeah, I don't hate that. It's not, you know, exactly anything special, but it's also not bad. And it dies pretty well. Okay. Wait, there was still... So we did striking... Okay. There wasn't any more than... Ninja. Hold up a minute. That looks like a rip-off of Riku's Keyblade from Kingdom Hearts 1. the path to darkness. I hate this top less, but I'm still not a fan. Okay, you can get the... Obviously, it would be the same set for Viper. Okay, so it's the same set as Maiming, but a darker... Ooh, hello. I like that. I kind of like that. Interesting. Am I going to have to check all the other weapons? I can do that. Yeah, I kind of like the darker color scheme on that. Machinist. What's the revolver look like? Nothing too special. Dancer. Also, nothing too special. Okay. Because, yeah, the other weapons didn't have anything glowy on them, so it's just barred for some reason. Eh. Yeah, again, I mean, this doesn't have, like, the breastplate to it, but I still don't particularly like that top. How bad does the book look? I mean, the book's got wings. So there's that. Planisphere? That's not bad. Alright, what about casting? Is it just the same but black? No. Okay, so it's like the scouting set. Ooh. Ooh, okay. I kind of like that. That reminds me of the invincible enemy, as in its name was invincible, from Kingdom Hearts 1. Okay. I like the little I like these little details that are on them that you don't see. They're like, instead of a glow effect, I like them. Okay, well, that's all of the gear that would be for Eden's Gate, but I'm curious. Do I actually care for any of this gear? I mean, that's a bit darker, which is usually my kind of vibe. Ooh, I actually love the tarnished look. Ooh, that's actually really nice. Weapon, nothing to write home about. Oh, I didn't check the axe, did I? I mean, yeah, this is like a very normal? Not a bad weapon. Like a very normal fantasy. Ooh, that's an interesting shape. Fantasy set. I don't care much for the hat. If it wasn't for the fact that it's got that opening there, I might like the top, though. Yeah, I could probably fuck with the top. Ooh. Okay. I kind of like that. It definitely seems more functional than a lot of the maiming sets that we get. Okay. Much the same as the maiming. Again, similar to the maiming. A much smaller bow. I think that's one of the smallest profile bows I've seen. Weird. The gun's weird. Okay. Oh. I don't hate the, like, crystal look. Not a massive fan of the feathers. What do the pants look like? Oh. Okay, yeah. Oh, but unlike other sets, they've got a little garter suspension system. Okay. Cover yourself up, love. Why does that look like a sage weapon inside a astro weapon? Same, but black. Although I do like the contrast between the white and the black. So I do obviously prefer the dark set because, of course, I fucking... Okay. What about Eden's Promise? I think this is the set that you actually get, I think, from doing Future Rewritten Ultimate, right? I do kind of like that chess piece. I do kind of like that chess piece. That's a weird looking shield. But I fuck with the chess piece. It's giving pirate. Okay, yeah, much the same as the fending set. I could fuck with that chess piece. There's clearly a rose motif going on here. Surprise, surprise, it's going to have something to do with Gaia. Who could have seen that coming? It's very reminiscent of... I don't hate those. It's very... So yeah, that confirms it, though, that this must be the set that you get from Fru, because otherwise they wouldn't have added Viper weapons to it. Okay, that's a much bigger... Why is that separate? That just seems an odd choice. I mean, I do like that top, but it might not look as good on aiming. The gun is a little weird. I don't hate the chakram, though. As far as healing... Ooh, okay, I like the cane. If I ever do through, I would probably want that with the glow effect. I saw the sage weapon from Fru, and it looks amazing. Okay, and that comes as part of that. Okay. Then what does the chest piece look like without those? Alright, so I could have a bit of a play around with some other pieces for that, potentially. It's a nice book, but at the end of the day, it's just a fucking book. I don't hate that with the glow effect. That would probably look awesome. And yeah, those just look like that. Same, but darker. Same, but darker. Okay. Ooh, again, with the glow effect from the ultimate, that would look amazing, I reckon. Okay. So yeah, that's what the whole of the set looks like. Alright. Let's queue for the next thing then. Now that I've had a chance to eat. already got... Oh, there we go. DPS. I'm back. That is very reminiscent of Final Fantasy. That is Final Fantasy X.
There's no turning back. Get ready.
No, that is Final Fantasy X. And that might explain why Ramuh, it's Ixion.
So, this is Ramuh.
That makes sense. Especially with it being Final Fantasy X. Like, I wasn't sure, but then that structure over there, that's one of the locations where you meet the Al Bhed. Okay. I guess it's just a lightning rod. No crashes. Okay, so apparently I don't know what I'm doing. Which makes sense, because I don't think I really know what I'm doing for normal Ramuh. Ixion! Well, this is where we're getting the deaths in, that's for fucking sure. I'm starting to feel like I should just stay dead. This is a jump. This is a jump compared to like Leviathan. Okay, everyone's back up. Okay, yeah. I have no idea what I'm doing. That might be a good thing. Oh shit. Okay, it's gonna be better to just murder. Just murder. I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. fair, do I care about any of that? Probably... maybe. Oh, someone using snow set. Oh, come on, there's literally just the two of us. Thank you. It wasn't so much that I cared that they gave me everything, it was more so a matter of just fucking roll for it if you want it. I did not deserve to clear that. I died way too much. I do not look forward to potentially doing the savage of that, because I will die more. That being said, it's not like I did all of the savages for Omega. It's not like I've done all of the savages for Alexander either. I've done some of the savages for Alexander. And I've done some of the savages for Alexander. I've definitely done A9S a million fucking times. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed. I'm confused. By the fact that they've used the Thunder Plains from 10, though. Because does that mean that Norvran is 10? Huh. The crystal's a different colour, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same, aye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. Hope whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above. And yet, 'tis clear that more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of participation and evaporation to be complete. Fire? So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Oh, that would do it. Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element, and instead focus on seeing them all restored. Power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crashing of thunder? Or were you simply biding your time? Did it just say into the firestorm? Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an elegant conspiracy! It certainly would not be beyond the elegance to manipulate the weather, if such is thy suggestion. but it is a naturally occurring phenomenon that I would speak. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation: water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapour, it is borne by the wind high unto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. Correct. It seems we need wind aspected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And even before that, we need fire aspected ether to make the water evaporate. It seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? You're suggesting after fight 2 deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu, at the same time. Do you realise how absurd that is? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Wait, what? Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show to you in the bookman's shelves. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Arthur hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. So the thing is that if we're doing both wind and fire together, that'll only leave ice, which will be Shiva. So then what will be the next fight for this tier? Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, eh, Thancred? I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this was placed not only on After, but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for. You're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest. Gaia? It seems Reen is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirits, she might be more forthcoming. You can do it. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. Truth is, apart from Alizé and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. Thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Here's what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the only one... It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem.
I know that she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got. I think she realises that. Just let her know she's not alone, and she'll come round eventually. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Thancred certainly has the gift of the gab, he'll know what to say. Urionja can talk the hind legs off a behemoth. I'd ask him. No, Thancred certainly has the gift of the gab. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals. I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. That's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. Thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you know? So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behaviour of the Crystarium's citizenry. Yes, now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience, by any chance? Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuits of ladies fair, one might suspect. Yeah, you couldn't help yourself, could you? It's alright, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that'll be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on. She's waiting for you. Alright. Wish me luck. Reen's ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You'd best observe the conversation from within earshot. Why the fuck am I doing squats? I'm not Zach. I'm not Zach. What do you want? Oh, nothing really. It can wait until later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk to me about? Actually, I wanted to ask you. Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits? Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squidgy. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want, when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. That's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia. I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come. Then another, and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance. You'll see.
Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Yulmorians treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant sin-eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. If you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Gaia? Ow. He's a bitch. I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Oriange? The place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travellers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. Huh, I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Reen, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia I'm worried about. That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. So are we going to end up with an Ifrit with wings? After. We'll only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. I'm trying to imagine that. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. Ural. Yeah, I really like, especially the boots. I really like the boots and the like thigh highs. Don't know how I feel about the choker. I think I'd prefer it if it wasn't for like the neckerchief coming off it too. But I also don't know if I much like the, I don't know, is it a cardigan? The gown? Oh, no, not a gown. A robe? I don't know.
mean, I know that I'm massive, but Gaia is a boob rest for my character. Like, legitimately, the top of her head is cleavage height. To be fair, what about Reen? Reen is a bit shorter, although she is obviously not at full height at the minute either. But oh god. I don't know why, but that tickled me. What kind of body horror is this? And there we go. Probably need to think of... I'm probably going to have to finish up after we're done with this round of raids. The green is a bit low.
It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call. Green, are you alright?
Okay, I like that version of Ifrit. And then we've got like a biblically accurate Garuda. Okay, they talk to each other. Oh, okay. That was a sword. Whee! How is that? Is it supposed to be that I needed to be weighed down by more people, like a stat bar? So I'm expecting that we will kill Garuda, then have to kill Ifrit, and then have to kill an amalgamation of the two of them? Or that might only be in an extreme. Okay, well here's Ifrit. Ooh, I like how he's changed the arena. Suddenly it feels like it is FFA. Ifrit.
I didn't know what they were gonna do. But when in doubt, if you see the entire party standing somewhere, you go there too. I should take my own advice. Okay, so it's not us facing an amalgamation. We're just facing the both of them. I keep not paying attention to that. I mean, I keep just not paying attention in general. Yeah, okay, so we are fighting an amalgamation. Woo! Okay, but that's also called Raktapaxa. You fucking what, mate? I mean, that's pretty awesome looking. Oh, now he's gonna have the sword. Okay. I assume there's a reason why we're not LBing. Nope, there wasn't a reason. Okay. That was interesting. I imagine a lot of these fights are really fun for the savages. That was incredible. Never imagined they'd fuse together like that. But you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go see what difference it made. 90-minute lockout, 1 0.3% in rage and 1 3% in rage. Otherwise it was a wash. Oof. That 0. Ooh, I like the crystal like that. The 0.3 is painful. It actually worked. Just like Urianger said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavours have been repaid manifold. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Is something the matter? One more element, and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you! Still hunger. Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power. Enough riddles. Tell me who I am. You are. I am. Gaia. Gaia? Gaia? What's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me! Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. I like the bonfire. Really like that crystal bar. If it was an 8-man raid, it'd be a walk in the park, but try to have 24 people be practically perfect for 11 minutes straight. Yep. Oh, don't worry. I am actually in a cross-world link shell with a group that is literally running the chaotic, I forget what it's, World of Darkness, chaotic, and I'm seeing them them doing stuff. Oh, it seems they're also doing DSR or DRS. Heart of Darkness. Whatever the party finder description states, it's always towers or swap prog. I don't know what that means. You've got to remember, this character is the furthest any of my characters have gotten. So I've not seen the chaotic. And because I'm playing through it on stream, I'm deliberately not looking stuff up. So, like, I've not even looked up any of the ultimates in case I do those. At some point. Which I would like to do. While this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for, the novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quick. Not to mention, Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core. It just references the mechanics that most wipes occur on. You'll find this out eventually. Yeah. In fact, actually, before we proceed, I'm going to take a quick break. Again. Be right back. Well, this downpour is precisely... Oh, I already read this out. So yeah, we've got... What is it? This is third of Eden verse? Yeah. So we've got 2 more Eden's verse, and then that's what we'll call it for today. But we'll have still made good progress. We set forth to restore the element of ice, so we discuss the manner in which the summoning shall be undertaken. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? While none can say for certain, the change we've observed at points of ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonably assumed the empty shall continue to transform, and in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world if Minphelia hadn't stopped it. Even if Reen has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the Empty's been utterly devoid of life for 100 years. And it might take even longer than that to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results. I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those of generations yet to come. You do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see? While here I am, so absorbed in my own problems I barely spare a thought for anyone beside myself. For so long I've listened to that voice, telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed. I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. If Reen's the Oracle of Light here to mend this broken world, what does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death. A monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, father. And next it'll be all of you. Then I'll be back where I started. Where I've always been. Alone. Gaia, is it the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all your carefully laid plans. No, it's you I'm worried about. Reen, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, all right? Something's wrong. I know it. That much is clear. If we have a repeat of her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those Void-sent friends of hers. You go and see what Guy is doing, Oriandra, and I will stay with Reen. Okay, she's back up top. Where we fought her last time. My name's Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden. The flood. What does it all mean? No, it can't be. Is this what it's been waiting for all this time? Finally, you remember. What is this? wasn't a fairy, it was a demon. The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. Shikigami? The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it, like moths to a flame. Sin Eaters? Now the time of awakening has come. After Reen senses Sin Eaters, what's happened? Don't try to fight them. Just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly, now! What's happened to her? It's a concern for later. First, we must deal with those Sin Eaters. After, if thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would task Thancred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia meanwhile. Iconoclasm. Probably for the best that I finished up after finishing Eden's Verse as well, given that it's starting to get late on a Sunday, so even on light, people are going to stop doing raids. Yeah, man. We've got 2 DPS already.
He wants your mount. Urgh. You're a tad salty you didn't get a clear today. Yeah. I've seen people with both the mounts. Like, the pedestal one doesn't look that great, to be honest. Like, it's only significant because you know what it comes from. But I like the Cloud of Darkness one. You just have to suck it up and use the worst strat to farm it as the strat you prefer isn't in Party Finder, sadly. Yeah. It's the issue with trying to do content like that. Or you could look for discords for groups that run it. Like, I know that some of the BA and Bosnia discords are also doing the chaotics. Fucking pop, damn it. Playing on NA servers from EU makes scheduling a nightmare. You're already in the Discord that does it. Oh great, a COD car group at 5 AM. By the looks of it, NA got hit by another DDoS. Yeah, I know there's been some DDoSs around. Okay, I just need another healer and a tank. That's all I need. There it is. DPS. They really do look like Shikigami. Antithesis Conscient, the idol of darkness.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
how's this fight gonna work? Because it's not... Yeah, it's not like we're fighting one thing. It's we're fighting a swarm. I'm assuming don't be... Go inside to outside, yeah? Yeah. Think about those birds as geese, and it's absolutely terrifying. Are those void gates? Oh, okay. Someone in the chat said, oh hey, now we're thinking with portals. And I think I understand why. Although I was an idiot that wasn't looking where I was standing. Again, if the entire entirety of the team is somewhere else, that's probably a good sign that's where you're supposed to have been. Okay, so don't stand on red. Again, I should remember the core mechanic of Astaroth. Definitely another DDoS. Ooh. Umbrella Fair. Opposites. No, not opposites. Oh, okay, that kind of opposites. It's gonna blow up. Okay. Well, now I have a bit of an idea as to what's going on. One of the rare times when normal mode has an enrage. Imagine that. This time we remember to use mechanics. Oh wait, hey, Tutarabi's back. Okay, this again. I can do this again. Oh, this and that. Okay, so... red is going to be dark. Red is going to be dark. Thought I'd have longer to resolve that. That's a ballsy move by someone with not a full health bar. Okay, here we go again. Okay, so blue. Blue is definitely not what I want, so I want red, blue. I'm learning. Okay, dark. Just dark. Oh, that was nearly bad. Okay, so that's blue. I don't know if we're just making a dog's dinner of this, or if this is actually a kind of intense fight. Maybe both. The tank LB3 just that someone would. Alright. She won't wake up. What do we do? I don't fucking know. What is this place? Where is everyone? So I'm all alone. Even the fairy's gone. Endless silence. Endless darkness. Is this what death feels like? It's no use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted peace and quiet, and now that I finally have it, wish I had someone to talk to. Thought I couldn't stand to be around them, or they're interfering and fussing, and yet I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There is no future awaiting me. Only emptiness. Those memories, they can stay lost forever. Only this pain will leave me. Now, I close my eyes and sink into darkness. Then I'll suffer no more. Gaia! Mother. Father. Wake up! I understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us? Oh, did her parents kill themselves? Gaia, can you hear me? This perfect moment never has to end. I'm not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something! What do you want? Please, I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do? Like going to the second serving for coffee biscuits. I never... Gaia? Never agreed to anything of the sort. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried about you. Ugh, do you have to be so loud? Fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Reen's voice ringing through my head. Never thought I'd be so glad to hear it. We've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyway, I've delayed you for long enough. Please, carry on with what you came to do. Glad you're back to your usual self. How are you feeling? Much better now. Something's still bothering me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream, and a stream of memories rushed through my mind. Don't recall anything like this happening before. I'm not sure what it all means. What sort of memories? Can't make any sense of them. They're only brief flashes, seen through someone else's eyes. At least, that's what it's felt like. Minphelia, that is, the first Oracle of Light, once served Hydaelyn as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiark, then we'd best prepare ourselves for the worst. Aye, the Knight's return did tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia's still her own person. Huh? Everything all right? It's nothing. Anyway, let's forget about all of that for now. There'll be plenty of time to think it through once the last element's restored. If thou believest thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice.
Why are you following me?
Thank you, VT Georgia, for the follow. Shiva, then. After, as the only one here to have actually seen the primal, perhaps you could describe her for us. A woman named Ysal made herself a vessel for Shiva. She and the great worm Hraesvelgr shared an undying bond. Ooh, God, is it going to be a dragon version of Shiva? To find a kindred spirit in such an ancient and fearsome creature, I can hardly imagine what sort of person she must have been. The long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Ysal, those whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we had previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of the noble Shiva, and thus was she moved to dedicate her being to that selfsame cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her the power of a primal. So she was able to control it herself. Not getting any funny ideas, are you? Just thinking aloud, that's all. Anyway, we better get going. Our journey leadeth to a great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty. I'll get us there as quickly as I can. It's time to draw out the ether. I was thinking. That I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out. So that the Oracle of Light becometh the Oracle of Ice. I cannot claim to be in favour of this stratagem, and yet the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in such the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question. Have you forgotten what After does to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as she and Ryan beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the ether only returns to the empty once the creature's been slain, though it seems you haven't taken that into consideration yet. Presumably, there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. I thought you had more sense, Reen. It's not as bad as it sounds. Were the deiform entity as volatile as the primals we've previously summoned, it would be logical to assume that in her role as conduit, Reen would be hard-pressed to retain control. After would have no recourse but to defend herself by any means necessary, else her life be forfeit. I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. Please, I've got to try. But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. We never had to take risks like this for the other elements. Eden possesses almost infinite power. What would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If I started to feed on the ether just like the other Sin Eaters, if it started to feed on the ether just like other Sin Eaters, it would undo all of our hard work. It is a disconcerting eventuality, one which cannot be dismissed. I'm worried that even if we align the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. But if I train Eden how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll channel the ether through myself and show Eden how it's done. This isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If it all goes wrong, then what? I know this all sounds like I'm taking a leap of faith, but it's been a gamble every step of the way. We've managed to come this far because of faith, in ourselves and in each other. I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you? With my memories to guide the summoning, what could possibly go wrong? A lot. Reen, suppose that if you've got your heart set on this, there's no point trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless. Is that clear? As crystal. This is gonna work, I promise. I'll make sure of it. Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so. Because if the primal takes over, you'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know that whatever happens, it'll work out in the end. All of us? Hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours. It's enough just knowing you're here. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want, when I want. I've made my decision, so I have to see it through. Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. Well, the point is that this is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. So this is how much it means to you. Memories of Shiva envelop your mind. Don't know how. See her too. This might actually work. Let's do this. Six minutes. Not too bad, actually. That was quick. Nice.
I call upon the power of Shiva.
Okay, this looks more like Shiva from 16. Yeah, I prefer this version of Shiva.
She's lost control! You've got to stop her!
I also want that bodysuit.
Fools, you would stoke the fires of conflict.
The light shall usher in peace.
Hold on.
Impudence!
She transformed? Oh. Oh, hello. Boobies. I like this form too. I want this. Wait, is she using dress spheres? Is this Final Fantasy 13? Sorry, 10-2. Not 13-2. Oh, fuck.
Your blood shall freeze!
Oh, I thought it was me that had the stack. Or the not stack. glyph marker. I don't know what to call that.
Shatter.
Yeah, okay, we want to come over here.
The light shall usher in peace.
Oh, I did the thing.
Impudence.
It's like that's Lakshmi. But yeah, I like that catsuit, and I like her hair. Oh, this is very Lakshmi.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Hydrant? Oh, okay.
Darkness, be gone! Light consume you! Such impudence!
Oh. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Come on, just beat the absolutely loving shit out of them. Oh, never mind. magical girl
I
transformation.
can't. The light. It's too much for her to bear. Ugh, she won't last much longer. Enough of this. Power of darkness, answer my call.
He has a hammer?
Yeah. Damn this light! Damn it all! I won't give up! Not on my future! Our future! I want to see what tomorrow will bring!
That's cute that Gaia finally sort of took a more proactive role. What happened to Reen? She dead. Okay, yeah. We killed her. Whoops. My bad. Eden's verse complete. I can have a wind-up Reen. I got the wind-up Reen. You're not gonna lie, Reen wasn't your favorite character. Neither was Gaia. I can definitely understand with Gaia. But I've seen that weapon in the cash shop. You were there. I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? No. She's gone. Gaia? What? That hammer. It matches your dress. I see it back to your normal idiotic self. You're biased against Gaia. You're not a huge fan of her creator to begin with. Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us. Ice tends to melt, you know. Not this sort. Well, if you say so. Anyway, might even make a nice necklace. It's a brilliant idea. Wilt thou not rush to her aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age. It would seem Gaia's beaten me to it. To think that she would be the one to break the ice. They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll be quite the pair. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to a pining mother bird whose chicks have flown the nest. father bird, if you don't mind, but aye, you're not entirely wrong. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it heartens me to know she won't be alone. After that, we can go to the second serving for coffee biscuits. Fine, you win. If they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down. If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try. I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work. We certainly do. There we are. There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was, in that moment, I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple. I understand that Gaia's going through a lot of shit. But that really did feel like just flipping the character on a dime. Let's just say you're not the biggest fan of Tetsuya Nomura. I like Nomura. Gaia, though, I don't particularly... I like her outfit. But I don't... There's something about her face. You know what it is? It gives Love Doll vibes. Like, it gives those realistic sex doll vibes. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's the eyes and, yeah, the lips. Because the thing for me is that it constantly looks like she's pouting. But it's not because of her actual lips. It's because of, like, the ridges outside her lips. So it just looks like she's had a really bad lip filler job done. Like, I like her outfit because I like goth girls, okay? I like the outfit, I like the boots, I like everything about it. I just don't so much care for the face. Which is shallow, but it's the case. And, like, it is, she's giving hooker, like, aesthetic, hooker aesthetic, or bimbo aesthetic from the face, but then goth from the outfit. I'm not a fan of, you know, they made her, especially given how she was introduced, coming out of a set of fucking armor, but now she's like the prissy bitch, like popular girl style and all this crap. And it's not been that there's been moments where we've like seen through that, and that this is like we've seen through a chink in her armor, and that this has all been an act in order to protect herself, which is what they're trying to show that it was. But they've only done that by telling us, as opposed to showing it in her mannerisms. So, like, her just doing that for Reen is such an about-face of her character that it feels weird. It feels rushed. So, yeah. I don't know. But then Reen's character also doesn't feel very well fleshed out to me a lot of the time. Despite how important a character she is to Shadowbringers. You wouldn't mind buying that outfit from the shop if it was separate pieces. Oh no, is it an all-in-one? If it's an all-in-one, I don't want it. But yeah, like I would love having those boots and the thigh highs. There's a lot of different places that I could be that working really nicely. And not all of them just for the sake of being stupid, sexy fishnets. Okay? Not all of them. Just some. Stupid, sexy fishnets. Hello, friends. Hello. Hello, Jackie. Where's outfits? I've got armor. I think armor is the right one. Yeah. Costume set. Saw it not that long ago. Guy's attire. Yeah, okay, it is. It's a one piece. That's a shame. Damn. I'm so sorry, everyone. Clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. But we achieved what we set out to do, as I had faith we would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work.
Why are you following me?
Thank you, Casper82, for the follow. On that front, it has to be your bedtime. You got an early wake up tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to finish up in a sec as well. I've been going for nearly 9 hours. It's life. Ah. I mean, now the remnants of the white look like frost. Which might be the intention. But it was the like white of the sun-bleached sand. Okay. Well, as much as I would do this, I'm gonna hold off and we will start from here on Friday, and hopefully we can finish the rest of the raid. Well, there's 4 left, so we probably will finish it, but we can do that next stream. After that, we've still got the rest of the post Shadowbringers MSQ to do, as well as the level 80 quest for after having done the role quests for each of the classes. And actually doing Bosnia. Yeah. We've still got a few things to do, but I think we're in a good way to get a lot of it done, or at least started, before Monster Hunter Wilds comes out. Because again, once Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, that's when I'm probably going to take a break from doing, at the very least, as much Final Fantasy. I might still do the Friday streams, But like, I won't be doing as much off stream as I have been. I'll be doing more Monster Hunter Wilds off stream, where I'm like grinding stuff up. You enjoyed playing alongside today. Oh, that's right. You were the Lalafell, weren't you? You were the Lala Red Mage. Thank you very, very much for your help. Yeah. Thank you for watching, and I will catch you next time. Have a good one.